All right, we are live. Hello, Chris, first person in the chat. Shout out to his YouTube channel, ProGlancast, which I have heard through the grapevine that there is an interview with Marshall Lochbaum in the pipeline that is going to come out at some point. I don't know if that's like a spoiler. But yes, Marshall, the creator of the language that we are going to be programming in today. We are 12 hours away from Advent of Code 2024, which is the part of 11 hours, 58 minutes, and 47 seconds. I'm not logged in yet, but a part of the motivation for today's live stream, and I've been looking forward to this for like 3 or 4 days. I've had to keep myself from starting to program this, is that I have a unit test library, the beginning of a linting library, and now I want, in order to complete the trifecta of tooling for BQN, a formatting library. So very briefly, if you watched, I think it was episode 7 of Tacit Talk with Mitchell Kember, we were talking about BQN tooling. I've written a unit test library. It's pretty simple for the moment. It's inspired by PyTest, and I also have a linting library, which is just in its infancy. We might work on that today a little bit, but without further ado, we're going to hop straight into the formatting library, and I will demo the unit test and the linting when we need it, because obviously once we start formatting things, that's why we program the unit test library first, is because we're going to start automatically formatting things and we want to make sure that nothing breaks. So if you're not aware, I have this repository on GitHub called bqn code, which is where I keep almost all of my BQN work, and then I just copy it into folders when necessary. And the tooling libraries that I've written, the test one and the lint one, are here, as well as some other things. What isn't linked here is the empty format repo. So we're starting from scratch. I literally have not even copy and pasted this into into my local computer here. So we're git cloning this. Now we can start here, and can we actually create issues right now? Let's create an issue. New issue. Hello, Dunya. Second person to comment in the chat. We're going to call this live. Actually, so this is November 31st live stream to-do list. And we're probably going to, I planned a live stream for anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. And the first thing we're going to do is trim trailing whitespace, because that honestly, I think we can finish in like 20 minutes. And after that, we might add missing end of file blank line. That should also be like a 5-minute endeavor once we're done this one. So let's see if I'm correct in my estimations. And this is from when we start, not from the hour. And then it's going to get a little bit more tricky. So we are going to align assignment operators. Then we're going to align comments. And I think I've got some other things that I want to get to. But these are the 4 main things that I would like to do. And this, how long do I think this is going to take? We'll say safely 40 minutes, because I imagine we're going to run into a couple issues here. But then once we have this in 40 minutes, I think we should be able to do this in like half that amount of time. This might be generous. It might be under. And so you know, if folks aren't familiar, I mean, a lot of this stuff comes from Clang format, but it's also implemented. This came up on Tacit Talk episode 7 when we were talking with Mitchell Kember. If you go to WeWaPad and you assign this stuff, with differing lengths. And then we call this div. Note what happens to the equal signs and to the comments. These are all aligned, and these are all aligned. And yeah, so that's the goal. All right, so it's 12:05. We're starting from an entirely blank. Let's submit this, assign myself an entirely blank GitHub repo, and let's go. So it's 12:06. I said how long this is going to take? 20 minutes. So at 12:26, trailing end of line white spaces should be done. We'll see. So first thing we want to do is we are going to touch bqn-format. And let's go into Zen mode here to quiet this up a bit. And at any point, if folks have questions, just drop them in the chat, and I will be happy to answer them. And well, Tinker Smash says, hope I can pull it off in 20 minutes. It's just the first thing. It's not a whole formatter. It's just the white space at the end of lines. And so the next thing, I mean, this might be cheating a little bit, but we are going to go to our test library, and we're going to borrow a couple things. So we don't need color. We don't need this, but we need these imports. And we need to set up language, BQM. And I've started to like to do this. I mean, it's probably coming from languages like C++ and Python. I just like having a main function because it gives you a sense of where the main code is being run. If you just sort of leave it floating, it can be hard to. Anyways, it's a unnecessary thing that I like to do. And I mean, if we switch, and also let's get rid of this. If we go back down here, we're going to borrow, we don't need a title for the moment. We're going to borrow this code, and we're going to borrow this code. So we must provide a directory. Pretty straightforward. We can get rid of this. We can get rid of this. And so this basically is just saying provide a directory, and then I'm going to recursively go get the BQM files, which is if I go F12, does that work? No, it doesn't. It's because it's in a different folder. And actually, we need to because this is sort of the new style that I have adopted, is that in every sort of project I create this deps folder, and I store all my dependencies in there, even if they are from different repositories. Gumball135 says, can functions be called without args and BQN? It's annoying in J that you have to pass something. Yes, you can. I mean, technically, this isn't a. Is this a function? It's a side effectful function, because I think if you put a capital M here, it's gonna whine. So if we go BQN, and actually, let us also borrow this, and then we don't actually need to call this. So if we go chmod, make this executable, and then yeah, so it is gonna whine, but if you just lowercase this, which technically makes this not a function, I don't really understand how that works. I guess it's a block that has side effects but doesn't take any arguments. So this is the equivalent of a nil-adic yeah, no argument function. So now if we do this, oh yeah, so I guess we do need the color. That's one of the things that I like doing, is whenever I have a, what do you call this, like an assert statement, I colorize it so that in the terminal it shows up red. And now the next thing actually we need to do is we need to go copy from the source file. We need color, and we need this in deps. We want file system, And then we're not using it yet, but we are also going to want string. So now, failed to resolve. Why? Oh, right. And because we also need to put the dependencies in here. So you need fun.bqn, and I spelt that wrong. So now, right. So now it's whining, and you can see that this is in red, which is very nice. That I haven't provided a directory. Thanks, shout out to Zyma, who initially I had to do this pwd thing, but then he pointed out the system function wd-path, which enables me to just use the dot. And if I go and change this to out, and I do this for each of these, it'll show that now I've picked up every single bqn file. Yeah, that's kind of... I guess maybe we should add something too that goes and looks into bqn, potential bqn scripts that have the, shebang bqn at the top. Chris is also mentioning you can use the null character to make it a call to main. So yeah, if you switch this to, and then you do this null, it's still whining. You need to, I've never actually used that. Maybe Chris can clarify what I'm doing wrong. And we can try it again. Anyway, so we've got our files now. And so now we're going to create a format single file function where x is just the name of the file. Inaco56, we're creating a formatter. So we've got the point that we've gotten to is that. And so now we need to call a format single file. And we want to do this for each of the files that we've recursively found. So if we do this now, and we could put something like, out, we are about to format this file. And then we can put a down arrow. Okay, so now we're going to read this file, which is incredibly easy using the lines function. And we can show this. So there's all of our lines. And actually, if we want to make it a little bit nicer, we can do it like this. And we can actually, I wonder, can we do C dot color or C dot like green? Spelled green wrong. Look at that. So that highlights our files here. And now all we want to do is for each line, we want to identify if there's any trailing spaces. So if we partially apply to our equal operator, and for now, actually, let's just put this in a block. So we'll do this for each line. And let's show that and then stop showing. Actually, we can still show that. It doesn't matter. So now you can see this is where all the spaces are, which I don't actually think any of these files are improperly formatted. So maybe what we should do actually now is let's touch a test.bqn, open up this, and now what we want to do. What is Milnir's Revenge says, good morning. From the pod yesterday, I realized that I hate cryptic crosswords. Yeah, I'm not very good at them either. What is my least favorite board game? I mean, this doesn't count. Pause the time. It's 12:15, so we're only 9 minutes in. I'll read them out. Yahtzee, Letter Tycoon, Mastermind, Duke, Labyrinth, Word on the Street, Suro, King Domino, Coup, Puerto Rico, Codenames, Patchwork, Wingspan, Scrabble, Dixit, Carcassonne, I mean, by virtue of the fact that they're all on my shelf, it's kind of that I like them, but probably actually Letter Tycoon. Letter Tycoon is a game that it combined like Wall Street stock investing and Scrabble. But I played it like once or twice, and I really didn't like it. I thought I would love it because I love Scrabble, and I used to work as an actuary, but didn't like it. So, all right, now we're still at 12:15, but we'll subtract 1 minute. So now we have till 12:27. So test. Actually, so we can build this up over time, but for now we will just do something like out hello world, and then we'll put a bunch of spaces at the end. So now, if we do this, well, I guess did it do the hello world one at the beginning? It did. Although, why? Why are there... Oh, you know why? It's because it's been colorized green, I think. So, I mean, let's put the green out here. And now when we go up, we should see that, yes, the last 4 characters in the one-line test function is that. So now, and actually maybe let's get rid of this because we don't really need this for the moment. And now what we want to do is we want to do a reverse logical AND scan. Or we want to do a reverse logical AND scan, which the way we do that is a logical AND scan, and we're going to do this under reverse. So now I have to go scroll up to find our first file. And now basically everything should be zeros except for our hello world at the top, which is exactly what we want. And now we want to negate this and do a keep. And so actually the way we can do this is with the before, aka the sigma combinator. And I think I didn't like that. Argument contained not a number. So what are we doing? Well, so now it's going to keep the spaces, which it does. So why does it not? Oh, right, because we've now made this point free. So this is a unary function. This is a unary function, and I think we need the nothing there. Perfect. And so now you can see that our hello world has been trimmed. And that's basically it. So now we've created our new file, and we can write this by, I always forget, but I'm pretty sure X goes over here, and then we can just do file.lines. And now we're showing nothing. At the end of this, we can go out all files formatted, and we can put a party face emoji either at the end or the beginning. And I think we're done. Right, we need to get rid of... We're done. And if we go here now, well, actually, we messed that up because now there's going to be no spaces here. So what we need to do is we need to add test.bqn, and for the moment we'll just add this stuff. And now when we go format and we go status, I mean technically right, only the linters come with the dash fix. When you format something, you expect it to change. And we should be done. I mean, you can't really see it unless if we highlight it like this, but there were spaces at the end of this. And that is friggin' awesome. So what is that? 12:20. I came in 7 minutes under. Didn't matter that someone asked a question. Zyma is in the chat now and is saying the last line of the just main is a no-op. Immediate blocks, ones without any double struct W, X, or S, etc., or a header execute at their declaration unconditionally once. A proper main function would be like main. Oh, so that was what I was doing wrong. If we want to, so this is bqn test. We want to go back here. If we want to make this, we need to put the double struct S here as a header. And put this here. So now if I do this, yeah, it still works. I'm not sure actually which I prefer. We'll probably leave it like this. But yeah, thanks for Zyma for clarifying how if we want to actually make this a function. But I think for my pattern, if this is always the last thing in the file and you're calling it like this, it works. Let's go take a look though at our cached files. I mean, those things are from previously before. I mean, so I think we're good to go. Yeah. So let's just commit this stuff. And we call this initial work plus removing trailing 2 T's and formatted. Oh yeah, good point. Thank you. Trailing white space. And we'll add this. I think it's double dash amend. Yep. And then we can push this. And then we can go back to this trailing white space. We did it in 20 minutes. Gumball says, I think Zyma is saying that the program would behave exactly the same if you remove the main on the last line. Interesting. Well, let's see if that's correct. Huh. That is the case indeed. And Tinker. So you can still use lowercase main, but without header, it executes the block. Well, yeah, actually the fact that this is superfluous, I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe it is worth. How do I feel about that? Do I prefer just this? Because that is kind of confusing to devs from other languages. Is Zyma, are you still in the chat? What do you think? What do you think is the more idiomatic? For those of you that aren't aware, Zyma is the implementer of CBQN, the executable that we're using. So it's basically the implementation of BQN. What do you think? Is it better to do this? Or is it better to do, whoops. Is it better to call it main as a no-op block that is executed once? We'll wait for Zyma to respond. And while he does, because we now have some commits here. Zyma says, I'm always one to give the cop-out response. It depends on preference. Okay, well, what do I prefer then? I'll be honest. I think the added complexity of the double struct S, which a lot of beginners don't know about, null, which I rarely use. I think this is just cleaner. But I reserve the right to change my opinion. Chris says my preference is no main and no block. It's not a procedure that you would call more than once. Yeah, that's true. All right, well, I reserve the right to change my mind on this, but for now, we'll keep it like this. And let's call this cleanup. Yeah, Zam is saying that wrapping things in immediate blocks is sometimes nice. You can remove the main before the block, depending on the situation, and have multiple such blocks. So yeah, if you're looking to separate code without naming it, and potentially there's some name conflict resolution if you're reusing variable names, that might be possible. But yeah, let's go back here, and we want to add a README, but first thing we want to do is we want to add a community standards is where you add the license, right? Add, we want MIT, and I can never remember. Gitmoji, what is it for the license? Page facing up. I do this one so rarely that what? It didn't copy? Page facing up. All right, now we need to pull this down. And yeah, we don't really need to create a README immediately. So next thing that is up is to add, actually no, the next thing that's up is let's go to our corpus of code here, and we need to export bqn-format, and now we call right, we don't need that here. Wow, so now let's see. Of the libraries, and how many, I don't actually know how many files bqn. I've got 112 bqn files in here. So of those, oh, interesting. Look at that, folks. I have already completed the adding missing end of files, because anytime you use the system file lines function, it already creates a end of line file. One of them was Marshall's strings library, and the other one is this update dependencies library. So we can go ahead. I mean, so technically, I think Art, post your coding raise times in the README. Yeah, maybe. Misspelling formatting again. Okay, so we're done those two, which is record time. So we've got our initial script, which is pretty incredible that this is what, I don't know, 15 lines of code, and we've already got the basics of our formatter. And now becomes the tricky part, which is going to involve us doing the following. So we're going to go A, and we're going to call this 1. Then we're going to go BB, and we're going to call this 2. We're going to go CCC. We're going to call this 3, and we're also going to go comment. Oh, and actually what we need to do too, DDD, and so we want there to be some extra spaces. And actually, let's just commit this. Let's commit this test file. We're in the wrong repo now. Actually, now let's just. I was gonna say we can get rid of it from the git ignore. Update test file. So, I mean, this is gonna be quite. And I guess we should also add to our to-do list. Edit. We want to be able to run this on a single file, hook up to VS Code. We're gonna have to invoke ChatGPT for that one. Yeah. Update comment. So, because that's the thing is I kind of want to be. Maybe we should do this first because I want to just run this on the test file because I don't want to have to deal with. And actually, we should let's copy this down here as well. And actually, let's copy this down here and then replace this. Except this is gonna break. Oh yeah, Tanker is mentioning that some formatters will just show you the diffs. They don't. They give you the ability to see what the diffs are gonna show. Should we? Well, let's see how long. We're taking a little digression here. How much work would it be? Tangent Storm, infamous J programmer, says, I know you have a test suite already, but one thing I like to do for source transforming tools is commit the input and the desired output to Git. Then you can get diff output and see what didn't work. Is commit the input and desired output. Oh, I guess you're saying that there's some options to get diff where I can specify some kind of file to compare with. Yeah, maybe I'll set that up afterwards. For now, though, this will work. I mean, so if we're not given a directory, so they have a thing called file.type, and if we run that on X, let's comment this out for now, and then we go bqn-format, and we do this on test. Right, we don't have. So yeah, this is technically we should call this df then, directory or file. Which I mean, we can just call it D. It's fine. And the difference is just going to be, so we check if this is then we want to just go format single file on D. Otherwise, we want to do this. Are we allowed to format this like this? So now if we do this, right, we need to put back the spaces. And we need to put back this. So now we go here, and if we just want to run this on our test file, we've got the end of line and we've got the remove spaces. So now we can go git checkout test. Perfect. So now we can get to, so actually, how do we want to structure this? Maybe we should remove trailing white space. I once again reserve the right to change the way we do this, because it could be way more efficient to read and write only once, right? I don't actually know what the overhead of that is going to be. Like, so one way to do this is we've got this, and we can just do, like, instead of writing this here, we could do a change to this, and then just repeatedly do this for each change. Actually, yeah, actually, I like that better. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Remove trailing white space. And I gotta say, I rarely ever use this change thing, because it's not my style. And then we can just put L here. And now each time we do one of these, we'll either have like a single line thing, or we will have, so, we'll have blah, blah, blah. And then this will be, a line assignment symbols. Raka says, do you ever plan on doing some live coding with Weawa? I personally fell in love with this language. I want to thank you and Code for the Moon showing it. Yeah, I could do a coding in Weawa, live coding in Weawa. I gotta say, I'm way more comfortable with bqn, so I feel like I would be stumbling through doing this kind of thing in Weawa at this point. But yeah, in the future, if enough people are interested. I guess you can't. Can you heart? You can't heart messages, so I don't know. There's like, how many people are watching right now? 25? Whoever wants to see a Weawa live stream, just like put a Weawa heart in the comment. And yeah, or maybe in the aftermath of when this is posted on YouTube, if there's a comment in the comment section, upvote that or like that. And I don't know, if it's got some overwhelming number of hearts, then I can do the same thing. Anyways, so let's do this. Let us. So should I walk through how I plan on solving this? JS Paint, everybody's favorite whiteboard. Sorry for killing your eyes. Um, actually, can we make this dark? Let's do that. Yeah. There we go. And let's switch back here, switch to this. So the way I think about this is you've got your code, you've got your alignment, and we basically want to, at a line scope, create a mask of ones and zeros for any line that has an assignment operator in it. Then that gives you this kind of contiguous set of lines where you then just need to identify, you need to split on your sorry for the terrible text, on your assignment operators, which there are a couple of. Figure out what's like the longest variable name before that, and then align based on that. So it's not actually that hard. It's going to be a little bit more involved than this like single liner. So first things first, we need to, I think, use the find operator. Actually, let's do this because honestly, whenever it comes to the let's actually kill this. Whenever it comes to the find operators, I can never remember how to use them. So I think though we want to put this and yeah, 12. So that is correct. And if we end up adding is it correct? It's not correct. Oh, right, because this does this on a whole substring basis. Oh, did I hit insert? Right. Although, we actually don't want to use find, do we? We want to use split. No, we don't want to split until we've found. Rock is saying, I think with help from the community, you'll be fine. I write Go, Elixir, and C as my day job and never touched any functional glyph array or any language. That is not imperative. All right, so this is what we want, though. So once again, we're going to do this on a line-by-line basis. So actually, we don't need this. And for now, let's just do this. And then we want to do an OR reduction. So all right, we need to show this now. Right, so this is our mask that shows the contiguous sets of lines with assignment operators in them. So now we need to do what? We need to chunk these and tag them with the 0 or 1. Although, do we even need to tag them? We could just do a simple check on the first line in the group. And how do we want to do that? So we can now import which is already in here, fun. And this technically, although it's a unary operation, right? Do I have a chunk by key in? I don't. I only have a chunk by. So what's the best way to do this? I mean, we could do... Yeah, you'd have to do a deltas plus scan. Or should we just program chunk by key? Yeah, that's Tankor says, yeah, is this the case for splitting something like an add scan over this and then group by index? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about. But the thing is you really only, you'd have to do a deltas first, right? So, I mean, you could technically, if you did a fun dot, is it differ? Fun dot differ? Whoop, didn't like that. Why not? Right, because I messed this up. This should be over each line. What? Wait, let me fix this again. How does this give me that? That is a massive bug. Oh. I thought I fixed this. Or is it that? Although I actually have no idea why this is not. It's gonna whine about there being no. Why is it? Oh, right, because I use this in other places. What is... Oh, right, and then this also. What the... Right, and then this, the cascading effect of... And of course group now. And of course RLE now. What is going on here? Am I just doing something? Oh, yes. Does anybody see my mistake? Let's go back here and get rid of all my changes. This file's fine. My problem is that I'm calling this inside the operation. Yeah, it's a stupid mistake. So I was applying this to each line when you need to apply it to the actual vector. So now once you have this, you could do a plus scan. And I'm pretty sure with this incantation, you can now do a group, which it didn't like because I typed the wrong thing, which it's still right. And differ we need to add, so let's get rid of this for a sec, because it's the wrong shape because differ drops it by 1, right? So do we just append a 0 to the front? This may or may not work. We don't know. Okay, now it's the right shape, but it's also whining. Let's just not do this point free for a second. There we go. So how do we display this? Do we do a show for each? Yeah, so now, I mean, it's kind of hard to make out, but each of these are now in groups. The problem is like, this can't be the best way to do this, right? A plus scan off of the differ of the mask. Like, there's no way that's the most. Also, too, we're gonna hit the order button on my lunch order. Go to checkout. Edit this. Place order. All right, Uber Eats is on the way. Looking at the chat, David saying, "Love this. bqn-formatter would be awesome." Also, I can't remember. We'll have to look at the timestamp of when I actually started working on this because I said it would take 40 minutes. So yeah, let's clean this up because I don't like it. We identify this, that's fine. We do a logical OR reduction. Can I check the sound levels? I can turn up the gain for sure. Testing, 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 testing. Although, let's see if I can actually do this. Testing, okay. That's way too loud now. Testing, testing. All right, for some reason, the Linux input was at like 40%. All right. Sorry for anyone that needed to adjust their audio mark at the audio volumes at the 54 mark, or maybe everyone had it at maximum and now you can just hear me better on the replay. So is there a better way to do this, or should we just move on? Yeah, maybe let's just move on and we'll come back and refactor this. So to do, see if we can remove differ. So we've got this now. And should we, I hate doing these inline assignments as well. We can call this F. for formatting. It doesn't like this. Why not? Is it because... Actually, we should call it M for mask. And can we show the mask down here? All right, we want to get rid of this. M doesn't survive the scope. All right, so we're going to abandon this idea. So what we're trying to do now is we're trying to figure out, now that we have our groups, we want to for each group, same thing here. We want to take the first thing out of this and just check if there's an assignment. So we have to kind of duplicate this logic. Which should we say actually has assignment I think technically that's fine, right? Right, this fails because I didn't actually partially bind this. So I can do that. That doesn't work. Or I can do what? Zizo Gaming, how can I learn BQN, Tankor? There's a channel called Code Report that covers a lot of good stuff. Why is this failing though? What is going on here? I plan to release a video in the future called How to Get Started in BQN because a bunch of people have requested it, so that'll probably be a good starting point. I don't know. The BQN docs are fantastic. I'd start there. BQN pad, which I haven't highlighted here, but this is a phenomenal site that you can get started on. You know, if you don't know how to type things, you can just go tab, or you need to know the name of things, I guess, add. And, you know, ads on the keyboard, so I hope you can find your way there. But if you don't know how to type things, you can, you know, as long as you know the name of it. So that's what I would start. Oh, anybody see my mistake? I see my mistake. So this we can fully replace. This we cannot, because there's a first here. There we go. So Zizo, you mean learn it by practicing only? Well, no, not practicing. You got to read docs, you know. But that's how basically I learned, is I picked up a small problem that I wanted to solve, tried to solve it in BQN, and slowly but surely started solving, bigger problems. And I still don't consider myself like a BQN expert. There are entire glyphs that I never use and don't know what they do. But I think with like knowledge of 20% of the glyphs, you can still get like 80% of the way. It's just useful to know other glyphs. All right, so we've got this. So now what we want to do is we want to either just return them, or we want to format. So let's do that. Now, these are the ones we want to format. And if we do this on this basis, what we want to do is we want to split. Yeah. Split X. And we want to do this for the moment on this. And, ooh. And we also want to trim the white space. Or do we? Really, actually, we don't. We don't need to trim. All we need to do is a not equal and a plus reduce. This does technically operate under the assumption that the only thing before your assignment operator and I guess we want to take the first of this stuff too. And now what we want to do is we want to do a maximum reduction. And this is going to be the length of the longest variable for each of our chunks. Okay. And now that we have the length of the longest variable, we want to we got to go modify. Well, we'll get this working. No, actually, let's do this the correct way first. So function, and then go add this stuff in as well. And so what I am thinking is that in this case, with the maximum length of the variable, you can call that n. You can do an n take on this, and then just do like a under first n take, which will add spaces to your string, and then you can do a join with your operator. It's actually gonna be a lot trickier with multiple operators because it's not a matter of just joining and splitting based on a single thing. You have to split and then join with the same character that you split on. So actually going from just this to this and the two other assignment operators is going to be a lot trickier. But we can't just do that when you're summing the non-spaces because some of these spaces are essential. Chris is saying, or C4Tubo is saying, why don't you grab the max index of arrows and adjust all others to it? Well, that is because of this case right here. I don't want this to end up with all of the characters like this. I want to end up with all of the characters like this. Which you'd think, well, why would you ever write your code like that? Well, sometimes when you're refactoring, you end up with like completely out of whack comments and alignment, and you want everything to snap back to basically. I'll have a configuration for whether, because some people like it without spaces, some people like it with spaces. I personally prefer spaces, but I'll just have some configuration thing. Chris is saying, I do like my arrows to align on tab stops, though. That would probably have to be a pull request. I will also, well, I mean, there's going to be configurability of this stuff. So going forward, we can get any case to work. Right. Should we do this case? So this is what we want. And let's go commit this before I forget. Update. So we got to change this code a little bit. So we once again want to do a logical OR scan this time under reverse. And then we want to do a plus reduce on that, and then we want to do a max. And yeah, this makes sense, right? So this one should be, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, plus the 4 spaces. Jag Dishwar is saying, where this used? Do you mean this formatter or the BQN language? C4Tubo says, you could do 2 passes, one for the furthest right, and then a second pass from that index to the closest non-white space to trim spaces. You could do 2 passes, one for the furthest right, then a second pass from that to the closest non-white space. Not sure I understand. This language, I don't think it's used professionally anywhere, but there is a growing community of folks that are interested in learning array languages, and I, for one, am going to be doing it in Advent of Code. Not sure how many other folks, but I know in years past there's definitely been a handful. I know we've all got different styles, but since the language is so new, it would be cool to have a 0 config formatter a la Go and Elm. I agree in general, Tankor, that especially in corporate environments, having zero configurability and just like one standard is preferred because it just prevents any arguments. That being said, I think array languages are almost as much art as they are like practical, mathematical general purpose languages. And I would not want to, force people to my style. Yeah. And Black, the Python formatter, is egregious in my opinion. And it's like my least favorite part of Python because the design choices they've made there, I like some of them I just like hate. And I will explicitly like use a style that I call like format driven development, where I'll change the kind of code that I'm writing so that the formatter works better with it. And yeah, back to your clarification. It says first pass align arrows, second pass remove excess spaces to the left of that column. I'm still not sure I understand, but maybe that's because I'm super fixed on what I'm about to do, which is not going to require actually, or do you? I guess you do have to remove certain spaces, but we'll see how far we get with this. So we now have this. So really what we want to do once again is, and I don't know how good of an idea this is. I guess, yeah, we just call this n. We're probably going to want to put this actually into a separate function. Should we just do that now? So this is n. Perfect. Now we're going to want to go s.split on L again, and once again we're doing this. We actually need to actually wait, n is just a single number. Perfect. For some reason, I was thinking that n was a list of numbers, but n's a single number for each of our blocks. So we don't need to do this. So we split this, which is going to, or should we should just do this for each line. So let's just show L, right? L is X. And then we do an n take, partially apply that, and we do this under first. Look at that, folks. Absolutely beautiful. And then we do a s.join and I think that's it. We no longer need to show this. We no longer need to show this. And if we get rid of this for each of our groups, I think this is it. I think we're done. Oh, except, and this is where the configurability will come in. But for now, we want this. It's not exactly what we want. Why do I keep on having to do this? Yeah, exactly. Chris is saying now I have to deal with the other side of the assignment. But still, that's actually what I should learn the it's apostrophe. Ta-da! Look at that, folks. Look at that. Yeah, and actually it's pretty straightforward what we have to do now. We just come back here and, or is it pretty straightforward? Can we do under a one drop? One drop. And then we want to do a trim whitespace, which will be a equal this plus, actually wait, I keep on going equal, but we want, we want a logical OR scan, and then is that right? Unary function, unary function. It didn't like that. Why didn't it like that? Does all of this need to be? Need to be in a... All right, well, I tried to one-shot it. Oh, right. All right. This is because this needs to be each. Still didn't work. Yeah, Chris is saying time to defunds it. All the superfluous. Well. All right, let's go back to. So yeah, we want to do an under one drop. So we know that works at least. Then what we want to do is we want to do a equal space. And then we want to do a plus scan because we were trying to... Oh, was that the problem? We didn't knot it. And we need to put a nothing there. So now this is correct. Are you not allowed to... Oh, right. We're still doing that wrong. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, well, I still don't understand why. Oh, I'm doing a plus scan. I should be doing a logical OR. Is that it? It looks like that is it. So my mistake was that I should be doing this for each, for everything, for each of the lists, not all at once. And then we can go back to our which I can then go L. Right, redefinition. This is apostrophe. What the heck? What is going on here? What is wrong? It's slash single quote. There's something wrong because it's not working. But anyways, we can just go look at it. Ah! That's wrong. Right. So this is wrong because it's doing a logical OR. What we want to do is well, I mean, there's several different ways we can do this. If we're keeping this, we want to do the not before. So these two are switched. Oh, of course, though, we need to put this back to what it was. Ta-da! It works. Now let's go check, because I'm too eager. I mean, we could stare at this for a while. But this is like 100+ files here. Oh right, I don't want test. That's the one I've been using. Whoo! Look at that, folks. Let's go take a look. This is a bug. This also looks like a bug. This is correct, although it looks bad. Ooh, this is a massive bug. You can see it's aligned. It's aligned with the arrow in the function assignment, function definition. This is also good, but it looks bad. Looks like you need to restrict a line to sections of code based on adjacency. Well, it is based on adjacency. Like, let's go, what was that? 407. If we go to 407, I mean, technically, based on what I programmed, this is correct. But the function definition is adjacent to the what's being defined in the function, so we need to fix that. So let's go to our edit this. So I mean, technically, this is working, but we need to fix. So general cases is working. We need to fix function definition bug. And let's go to 403. So in cases like, I mean, I guess this is fine. But there was a couple others, yeah, like this one, 408. Was it 1 or 2? It was 2. Yeah, for this one, yeah, I think you just like, you need to artistically self-separate. Yeah, and Chris says, you know, the fix for that bug could be to exclude block boundaries. But yeah, I'm not sure that exactly is going to work, because this one, yeah, well, so, and what is, so yeah, this one actually I don't think is going to be too hard to fix. So come back here, fix multiple assigns on single line. Oh yeah, this table is also the same issue. Min changes, same issue. Wait, did I add that? Why has this been added? Okay, yeah, it was just my mistake. What is this, 411 one? So actually, let's look at the ones that are currently good. So this is or the ones that are bad, I guess. So this is 2023 day 1. Day 1. This is examples table. This is LC 4071. LC B131-2. Fun.bqn. Oh, and then a bunch of Marshall stuff. And this isn't even function definition. Yeah. I think a lot of the formatters use tree sitter, which is like an AST tool. So yeah, primes doesn't work. Yeah, this is a very interesting use case as well. Wow. And another use case where it's below. Let's take a look at 272. Yes, the food is taking forever, and it's supposed to be here in 20 minutes. Let's go to 272 for a sec. All right, well, we're trying to work our way through this, and it's clear that almost all, if not all, of these are these two problems here. So I think we're definitely above whatever this was, because I think we started at roughly like the 30 or 40 minute marks. It's been an hour. So the first one is the multiple assignments. Which I guess we can add here by doing this. And then if we format this, yeah, sorry, I was talking to my partner. For those that are watching the recording later, Chris mentioned that my audio was turned off, but it was hardware muted. Not test, we're going to format. And if we do you vote to ignore all the arrows after the first. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. Actually, we don't need to do this. We can just go here. So yeah. Oh, actually, so it'll be more noticeable if we do this. Because it's the length of this padded with the length of that. So we do this. Really? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, no, we do need to understand why. Why is it only adding? Oh. So you see what's happening here. It's not that I am padding this. It's that I am joining this. So we want to trim leading and trailing spaces in this case. All right. Easy enough. This will be moving to our string library momentarily, but for the moment. Alfie asks, sorry if this is irrelevant, how do you feel about working in C++ for a living, given that it's nothing like bqn? I do not work in C++ for a living anymore. I primarily code in Python these days, and I write CUDA C++ when I have to, but for the most part I generate CUDA C++ using Python. So, you know, Python is a much easier language to iterate in, less time fighting with the compiler. But I think C++ is dying a slow death right now. And yeah. Yeah, Chris saying he's written more lines of C++ than he would like to have written. So let's, I mean, actually, my thought is that we should just go do this in the REPL, right? So let's do that. I don't know why we have all this. What? You can't just copy and paste stuff from VS Code these days? All right, so we're doing this from scratch because clearly you can't. Trim me. So we want to do a fork where we're doing a logical or scan. No, logical and scan. That is paired with a, and actually let's do this on the other side, paired with a under reverse logical or scan. Beautiful. And then we could either do min max or logical or. Look at the, oh, I deleted the wrong character. Isn't that beautiful, folks? Isn't that just absolutely gorgeous? And then we need to negate all of that. And if we put a right tack, that's going to require a nothing over there. And then we just sigma compress, we're done. Copy and paste this. So now we just want to trim each under one drop. And if we now go perfect. So that's one fix down. And let's go move this. Too many VS Codes open. Let's go move this to can we make this point free? I mean, it already is point free. Haha. Look at that. And if we run my update depth script, I should now be able to call this from my string library. And Field name trim not found. Why not? Oh, we know why not, because we need to go back here and we need to go update our update depths because we now have a new folder. Now we go update depths. Now we go back. Whoops. Actually, wait, what the Well, we'll figure that out in a bit. See this. So now if we go format, come back here, go to test, it should work. And right, we didn't, although we didn't. Anyways, let's go fix our second issue, which is actually this. We have it here. Actually, let's go back here. And let's just make this E. Or actually, that's not what we want. We want to get rid of this, and we want to call this function with a longer name. All right. So now, if we run format on this, and we go here, this is our problem. So wait, let's go update. I think this one is fixed. We could be proven differently. So, how to solve this problem? The naive thing to do is to check if there is a brace and a character in the first slot. And if so, ignore. Although that will destroy the formatter's ability to format stuff like this. And we actually have to go back. Block nesting level for each line and exclude when not equal. Does that work? Dunya asking, shouldn't it be more AST aware? Yes, I think in the future, I'll probably rewrite this thing using some kind of tree sitter technology, but I think for a lot of the simple stuff, you should be able to get away with also let's check what this does now. Yeah, this does this correct. I mean, that's another hack. I could increase the criteria to be both braces. Let's do that. Let's do that. All right, so did I literally just I swear to God, like 90% of my comments today or commits today are going to be all right, so let's go back here. So we need to increase the complexity of this function. And we need to rename it. So this is what we want to call alignable. Yeah, for lack of a, we can rename this. If anyone's got a better name, let me know. So it includes this and something and something. I think it's actually going to be and something. So let's replace these ands for a moment. And actually, is this is not going to work. We need to turn this into like a giant train in order for it to spit out what we want. And I guess let's call this B for a moment so we can have the script continue to run. Well, actually, we don't really want this to run, do we? And will this run? Right, it's not going to because we need there we go. Perfect. So let's show this. And I just want this to work on. We can't show B? Why not? Right. And there's nothing to oh yeah. What if I just do this? Yeah, that's better. All right, so yeah, I guess we could just do a show. Yeah, there we go. All right, so the first thing we want to do is well, sorry, the delivery person is here. Never mind, my partner is retrieving the food. All right. Let's write this out. We want include if has arrow no left paren or does it actually matter whether there's a I don't think this one actually matters. So it's this one we actually want not equal to. So if it's not, it's 1. Well, actually, how does this work? A different way of stating this is what is actually the simplest way of stating this? It is that we want this and the count of this to equal this. That's what it is. So we want equal signs and sums. Equal signs and sums. And we then want this to be equal which here it's not. And then we want the and of those. So now we get rid of this. Ooh, there's a real opportunity for optimization there. Kill this. Kill this. Right, we want this, we want to get rid of this. There we go, folks. There we go. I think that's pretty good. So let's go back to our test folder and now that works. This looks way better. It's just aligning with the mask. This. Maybe we should exclude. We should exclude anything that before this isn't just like an array. This still kind of failed a bit. This is very nice. Very nice. I mean, this still. Wait, why is... Well, primes is looking better. Still some stuff to do though. As is strings. Strings and primes are Marshall's libraries. This is much, much improved in my opinion. Yeah, I think we do need to. Anything outside of arrays, I think, should exclude. Should exclude you from alignment. Oh. Wait, what is this? This is 288. I don't understand why this one is. really don't understand why this one. This is 288.2. Why, oh why? That is odd. All right, well, I'm going to think about this while I go get my food. All right, we're back. I did not solve this problem while I was away. I will sporadically keep the mic hardware muted while I'm eating, but well, I'm going to take one bite. What we have to do is we need to output the results of the parentheses counting. Oh, right, actually, this wasn't... we need to figure out this issue first. All right, we fixed that problem. Now to analyze why the formatting is not working. So, oh, it should be an and. It is an and. Oh. Oh. Well, no, we updated this to work the same. Maybe we should just try outputting the groups. So interesting, this is in a group of its own, and somehow it's getting kicked out. Let us inspect. Wait, now the issue is gone. That's odd. Maybe what we should do all the rest is formatting correct. Yeah. And actually there was a couple we added spaces in, right? So 4082, 4111. Or is it leak code? Let's already just get rid of the and the strings one. Oh, I misread this. It unaligned it. Which, for our sake, our purposes, is what we want. I mean, ideally in the future we would like this to be not unaligned. But we're not there yet. I'm not sure why this one. Various changes. And then if we, and then we go format, and then format everything again. I guess we only want this for yeah. All right, let's check now. We're going to leave primes and strings alone for now. Actually, so yeah, 274 is basically our only issue now. And I guess it's inserting spaces in here, which isn't ideal. All right, let's go back here. And then there's just one more fix, which is exclude pre-define. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and I'll be back. All right, we're back. The buffalo cauliflower is gone, which was a little bit tricky to eat on the stream. But now we just have our salad/rice bowl, which only requires a single fork. So hopefully we'll be able to eat this a little bit easierly. And we are pretty close to being done. Not 100% full support. I guess, yeah, we can add the things. Or actually, maybe we'll add this for like a future edition, is to include other assignment symbols in aligning, which are this one and change. And then we can call this follow-up issues. And that should give a nice little preview like this. And so then all we need to do is to do this one right here, which is, I think we saw problematically, yeah, this one right here, 274. Well, actually, is it? Yeah, it is this one. So this one shouldn't be too bad at this point, but we should add it to our little test. Which we need to get rid of this, and then actually we can just add it here as in except no, it's on the first split, so that's fine. That's fine. So if it's going to be something like, you know, do something extra, join this with the assignment to T of other stuff. This will add spaces around this, but it won't, like currently, if we come back, I guess we need to go to bqn. See if we do that, and then we do a bqn format of the test doc. We come over here. Currently, it does this, but we don't want that to be the case. And the way we're going to deal with that is by is it worth it to break this out again, or not really? I don't think so. I think so. I don't, yeah. So this is, and it's going to be the not of, so let's see if we can one-shot this without actually having to visually see this. It is going to be s.split on this. So that's a unary function. Then we want to do first and then we basically want everything. No, we're not going to be able to one-shot this. Let's just do it here for the time being. Yeah, I was worried about that. Cannot be empty. If we do a one take, technically that works, and then we want everything here to Is it easier to check that this is an array or a variable? Or is it just easier to check for any symbol? I wonder if there's bqn-crate. Is there a like symbol set? Not really. So it's probably easier. Let's go to the REPL for this. So A plus 26 so that's all our letters. Plus we want space. And actually we can just turn this into a string, right? Space, comma, these two, this one. Is there anything else? I guess technically underscore can be in a variable name. And I guess technically numbers as well. Oh yeah, I have seen that that idiom before. It is very nice. Why? Is it because I just need this? Okay, let's get rid of this for a sec. Oh, wow. My oh wow is to Zyma's comment in the chat if I can get this. All right, we are not doing an outer product anymore at this point. Whew. And then we do that with, oh yeah, I guess technically the high minus, well no, high minus can't be in a variable name. Underscore, this needs to be on the outside, comma, space, unclosed quote. Right. Right, because this needs to be D-shaped. I always am typing the wrong one. High minus and infinity can technically be... Yeah, let's not do that though. So this is great. And now do we want to make this as a function outside here? And once again, we're going to mess up. Let's take this back here, actually. And we want var, and then, equal or something like that. I guess it's an and reduction. And so now we want variable array and. And if I got that correct, we clear this, we go back to here, we go bqn-format test, and now nothing worked. Why is that? Oh, right, because I totally... I'm missing this. This is quite the expression at this point. Arguably, we should factor this out. Unary, fork, so this actually should work. All of them fail. Wah, wah. Wah, wah. I see. I think we need to do this. There is step-by-step debugging for APL. Let's take a bite of this. So let's definize this for a moment. This, oh yeah, because I'm still missing this. There we go. All right, this works, but we're gonna clean this up. First of all, we get rid of that. I mean, technically, this is... Isn't this completely, now that Zyma has put the idea of outer products into my head? Yeah, let's do that. Well, what do we prefer? Because we can just do it row-wise. And it needs to be an equal reduction. I don't actually know if that was I don't know if that was shorter than before. Let me think for a sec. I don't really like the way this looks. But we need to call it twice. I mean, we could rename this. Alignable. But having this be and it's really assignment alignable. Yeah, let's do that. Although, what's the difference of it being out there versus in here? We can actually just rename this too. All right, let's see if we can. Actually, let's check out first. Right. Let us see now. And right, let's ignore those for the moment. Looks pretty good. And now let's finally go back into ooh. That's right, because we haven't formatted this file. I mean, what happens if we format this file? Actually, before we do that, let's commit this stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's terrible. It did get rid of the trailing white space, but in 2 occasions it's actually messed that up. So we're going to leave that for now. Align. I guess we can't, we got to go copy and paste this for simple cases. So now we're done this. Now we're done this. And comments. Comments should be a lot easier. First thing though, let's see if we can get rid of this. Really what I think this should be is which isn't that much better. Do we need to name it chunk by key though? I mean, so this is an algorithm that takes a unary operation and partitions or chunks each contiguous set of elements that this unary operation, aka a predicate in most cases, returns the same value. We have chunk by we could call it chunk key. Save 2 characters. Yeah, maybe do that. that's basically it. And this is really, well, actually, let's run it first. See if it, missing operand. Why is there a missing operand? Oh, is because it relies on differ? And does this need to be down here? No. Really? Really? Does this fail then? That is confusing to me, but a 2 modifier followed by a 1 modifier is always invalid. Right, this is because modifiers don't work on modifiers. Right. So we've got this. We come back here now. We can delete this comment. We can put this comment technically is where the alignment's happening, and this is create chunks for aligning. So now that we have, let's just go double check that we can go format this and it gives us what we want. And then we can go back to this code. Only thing it's going to format is the primes libraries. This is just from that. So yeah, let's come back here, format. Sparkles, update depths, which is chunk key. And this is just cleanup. Sparkles. Actually, it's not sparkles. It's but now, I mean, it's not just cleanup. It looks a lot nicer. But now, I don't know why that's so broken. I can create a small function here that is for hello. And then we go like this, like this. Or does this need to be in a string? Gotcha. So we need this. And then we need an OR reduction. Oh, this is going to be beautiful if I can just parameterize this on this. But first, let's see if I got my... Perfect. Now, should I just try it? I mean, actually, the first thing to do is just to hack this. And then put that there. I mean, if this works. Whew. Whew. Oh my goodness. That is just beautiful, folks. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Oh my goodness. So, little refactor here. Call this a line. And oh, this is gonna be, it's gonna be so beautiful once we also parameterize it. Now we delete this and we shorten this. Has to be a string, can't be a character. And oh, I messed that up. Ah, come on. Whoops. Right. I messed something up. The risks. The risks. Oh, sad. Very sad. Look at that, folks. We're missing a T at the end of that comment. So I was wrong about how long it took to do. Actually, before we push this, I was wrong about how long it took to do the formatting of assignments, but I was correct about how much longer it would take to do comments once we were done that. In fact, I think I said it would be 20 minutes. That definitely wasn't 20 minutes. So now we go to format, and we do it on the whole directory. Let's take a look. What? That cannot be right. This is why we have unit tests, folks. I assume most folks can see what has happened. It has added spaces to all comments, and we only want to do that for ones where it is preceded by something other than spaces. So once again, little trip ups. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. Fix standalone comments. So if we do it now looks like that, which we don't want it to. So once again, we need to create a function that is an enhanced version of this one called comment alignable. And oh, so beautiful, so beautiful. We just want to do a one drop. No, we don't want to do a one drop. A one drop, yeah, wouldn't work. Well, let's go back to we have this. That doesn't work. I see. What is the fastest way to do this? It is, you could do a reverse scan and check that everything before the comment is spaces. Or why am I doing this? How often do I do this? This is just an equal. God, sometimes I'm dense. Or it's not. If you have a string. In this case, though, it is an equal. In which case, I think if we do this, and then we do a logical and scan, if it's all spaces, or another way of putting this, if any do not equal a space. And then we can replace this with this. Ta-da! Oh. Why is it out here, though? What the What happened? What happened indeed. So, I didn't actually check to see what this is doing. You're splitting on the octothorpe, taking the first group, checking where it's not equal to space, doing a reverse logical OR scan. Yeah, that makes sense. So you're basically, once again, not trying to trim, but just count the non-space characters from the back. But then as soon as you hit one, you count all of them. Then you take the max of those. And then you do a split once again. And then under first, you do an end take. And then you do a one drop trim join. Perfect. So the issue has to be with the calculation of n, which is probably based on the group. So we do this. So yeah, this somehow is getting grouped in now, which is definitely going to be caused by my algorithm here, which I said, oh yeah, I messed this up. I had a bit flipped. So you want to make sure that as long as there is some non-space characters behind the comment, you're good to go. But the bit that I had flipped is like if you've got anything without a comment, it'll be good. But that's not the case. You need to double check that the comment is there. Wah wah. So, is there a way to flip some logic, or do I need to put an and? The comment is there. So right now we're checking if it's not equal to a octothorpe and scan. If we flip it to say equal to an octothorpe equal to an octothorpe. If we do equal to an octothorpe under reverse or scan, that's even worse. Yeah, it's definitely. Let's just do it D. We might be able to clean this up later, but and oh, just do that. Right. Ta-da. Alrighty, so now let's go back and check bqn code. We go format, and now the moment of truth. That looks much more reasonable. Ooh, look at that, folks. Look at that. Getting to the point where, yeah, you're going to run into stuff like that. Look at that. It's even knocking that down. It's pretty good, folks. Pretty good. All right, so yeah, let's leave, once again, the prime Marshall's files alone. Uh-oh. So file system is correct, but it's not great. Yeah, anytime you have string versions of this stuff, it's messed up. Fix string literal problems with oh yeah, that we did a while ago. We're done that. We're done that. Oh, one sec. I forgot to do something. All right, we're back. Actually, it's art again. Let's take a look. I feel like there's got to be like a way simpler. Let's look at that in a sec. Let's just commit this stuff for now. Out of curiosity, 27 commits already. I think the maximum this year was 30, 20, 23, 19, 20, 25. thought for sure there was a... $30. Yeah, July 10th. All right, that means we've got 3 commits left. Yeah, how do you... how do you... What if I wrote the formatter myself and it is just a... Holy smokes. All right, so here is a hacky let's see if this works. And then we go to this and bqn format $sign file. Oh, that didn't work. I mean, do I need the bqn? Maybe I need the bqn. I mean, it seems like it should. Oh, you know what? Let's just put the whole home ch4/ Nope. What is the if I do this?
Do you think I need to close it maybe? I'm trying number 5. ChatGPT says there might be a couple issues. Apparently this is not valid regex because I need a dot here. It's also telling me to do that. Make sure that this is executable. It is. Put this to file path. It is. Add debugging. Go to view output. In the drop down. I see. So I need a script that, although okay, we're making progress. All right, well, let's just go debug this a little bit. Right, there is none of this. What's the problem here? What is... Oh... It's adding the working directory path. Yes, that is accurate, Daryl. Well, let's see if we can if we do this, and then we do this, and then we do this. Hey, what the fudge? Why, oh why? Yeah. The most recent question, what am I doing? I'm creating a bqn formatter, and I've finished the initial work I've wanted to do on it, but now I'm just trying to hack a way to hook it up to automatically format bqn code. And we're running into a couple problems here. Yeah, exactly. And the problem being, I always make this mistake when using choose. If it's true, that's when you don't want to do anything. So this actually might work now. Oh, there we go, folks. Look at that. Format on save. So now I can do stuff where I go like this, and I go like this, and then I go boom. Oh, except those don't format. I wonder if it actually already extends over into my other VS Code session. What's the one that we wanted to do? Table? Yeah, so this is where if I do this, then I hit save. Voila. Voila. Doesn't work for everything. This is definitely like not even beta. It's like alpha. There's a bunch of corner cases that need to be accounted for. But for the purposes of Advent of Code, this should handle most of my issues. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. Look at that. That's basically what we wanted, you know? If I want to change my variable names, I just want it to automatically do that. Corner cases TBD, to be fixed. All right, so let us wrap this up. God, that's ugly now. It's such a hack. Yeah, well, we'll fix it. We'll fix it later if we want to. So get rid of this, get rid of this. Let's do this. I mean, I wonder actually if we go here and what if we do anything? I mean, I guess technically this is already all aligned. Or I didn't like that. Yeah, that broke. I gotta go back to ChatGPT. Well, I mean, supposedly that is, it says that actually works. Yes. I am the guy from ArrayCast. And do you find that when using languages that perhaps aren't geared to the same sort of array-based functional paradigms, you end up writing ugly code trying to do something functionally against the grain? No, I think I end up writing more elegant code that is possible if you know what you're doing. I mean, Python and C++ are both pretty flexible languages in terms of you can do whatever you want. So as long as you know how to, stylistically make it look good. Why does this not work though? What the heck? Oh wait, did I break it? I did break it. Alright, so now I need to do this save without formatting. Oh shit. You can't actually. It's alright, we can undo it. So now this works. So this is what I wanted to try, so. Oh yeah. So we definitely need to fix this before it's usable. Yeah, what if we go to the... Right, so this is my... That can't have done nothing. Really? Is it just because... I mean, supposedly this should be working on this file. It is working on this file. Well, maybe let's go close this. Why doesn't it work? What's it called? Run on save? Oh yeah, what is the trick is you go to output, run on save. Unclose quote. Did I break this again? Wait, so did that format it this time? Oh, it looked like it did. All right, here we go. So this one, it actually works. Yeah, what if I do this? If I go... What's your take on left to right versus right to left? It does not bother me. As long as it's linear. And then we can also go to, I think I have bqn-lint. Let's see what this file does. I think that was roughly the same. All right. All right, this is done. Oh yeah, whoops. That's not good. We need to go back to don't save, and we need to go to fun. That's good. This is good. Let's add a readme now as our last thing to do, though. First thing we need to do is to a soon to be configurable for all is a oh, missed the last couple. I pestered Marshall about us doing a raycast where he defends right to left and also ambivalence. Yeah. I think we've talked about the ambivalence issue a couple times, but we haven't dedicated a whole podcast to it. Actually, that's a good question. Do I need one? Do I need this? I do not. And two, do I need this? I do not. We should also put where is the what do you call it? Like pylon or construction, I guess. Do I have to go to... Actually, wait, I have a... I need to restart my computer to get the emoji thing to... There we go. You're still ambivalent about ambivalence. Yeah, I would have to try a language like bqn that doesn't have ambivalence to know if I dislike it or not. I think I would like it more, but you don't know until you actually try. This is a many corner cases currently do not work. Coming preview markdown. Guess I should add a note. We're looking for the other one though. Actually, I know where we can go. Should I make this bigger as well? I think like 28, so we can split this into two. Actually, it's memo. All right, 12 minutes until the 5-hour mark. Oh, and we'll have to add a link to this tomorrow. Hook up to VS Code. Heh. I mean, technically, I think closing this issue is going to count as, is it going to count? I think it's going to be at 31 now. Oh, it's only at 30. There you go. So issue closed, a couple to be worked on. But there you have it, folks. In less than 5 hours, with a couple small breaks, we have a minimal bqn formatter, which is in total 34 lines of code. Which is, I mean, technically we're making use of a bunch of libraries. And one of those libraries we did add trim. We added the trim function to the string library, and we added the chunk key, aka chunk by key, to the fun library. Other than that, though, it's not too bad. I mean, I think probably the trickiest part was the corner cases on the assignment alignment. Common alignment was much easier, even though there was one small corner case that we had to deal with. And obviously there'd be a more comprehensive solution if we were doing something like the bqn tree sitter. But for the moment, and like I said, for the purposes of Advent of Code, this should do the trick, because we're only going to be writing small files. So you can follow my Advent of Code progress either in this folder. Look at that. I haven't even created a 2024 folder. And usually I have standalone repos. But anyways, I should be making some YouTube videos. I hope to make one video per day for the first 10 days. But that's a tall order. So we'll see how far I get along with that. Anyways, thanks for those that tuned in and followed along. And yeah, we will maybe do one of these again in December sometime. But yeah, TBD on that. Alex asks, will you be solving Advent of Code problems using bqn? Yes, definitely. That is the goal. I guess actually I never even showed. And actually I should have been running that. Although you could kind of visually see that they were all, although I could potentially be about to eat my words. I have a testing library. Export. Yeah, so I have a testing library. So I didn't have to eat my words. That it goes through. And do I have the, not bqn test? This is the one we want. So I make use of this unit test library, similar to PyTest. And then, you know, as I am building up these solutions. So I mean, technically I won't commit this stuff until midnight tonight, T-minus 7 hours. But if I go AOC 2024, so currently if I do bqn test in here, did I not update any of, I guess I didn't update any of my 2022 and 2023 tests, which makes sense, I guess, because if I'm not using this unit testing library, you do it just to output the result and then you copy and paste it. But what does it look like in here? So I guess, yeah, 2024 data, and I can do touch day 01. I think now I can go day 1. And the way that this is going to work is, you know, I'm going to have some code. And then there's going to be some input, right? So you're going to file lines. I guess we need to, that's the thing, is technically we're going to do this 2 different ways. We're going to go touch data o1 test.text, and then there's just going to be an o1 text. And so then, you know, solution for A, and if we call this data slash o1 test.text, and it'll be something like this, right? Unit test, get rid of this, match, and then whatever your answer is. You know, clearly this is not going to match, but if I go and borrow this, I can now, you know, say I have some helper function, comment, it didn't save. Why not? Why did it not save? Let's open up this output, run on save. bqn-format not found. So maybe actually I do need to add back that settings. So now we go back here. Now it formats. And then on top of this, I can go bqn test, and it fails. Why does it fail? Oh, does it fail because that would be sad? Yeah. Well, that's a quirk of the unit testing library, that it needs to use absolute paths. Won't. But I mean, that's not too bad in terms of input. In fact, you know, it might be better to test input. And so yeah, now we already have this kind of you know, assignment alignment, common alignment, and we're off to the races. So stay tuned. Oh yeah, there's another thing we should add. Remove duplicate blank end of file lines. All right, and that takes us to exactly 2 minutes before the hour. So yeah, once again, stay tuned for, you know, some videos using the formatter, the unit tester, And hopefully we can light up these circles green. And yeah, till then, thanks for those that tuned in, either live or I would be surprised if anybody watched this fully to the end, not live. But if you did, leave a comment in the section down below, and we will catch folks in the next live stream.